Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you, Ellie. I appreciate all of you guys bringing up your sheep. There was a misprint in pages, so I hate to disappoint you all, but groups are not going first. So I do apologize for that. That's how it got printed off in our program. We will be following our No More Show protocol. Kicking it off in our Weather Sire Weather Dam Show. Good morning once again. Of course, Mr. Bart Cardwell comes back to join us today here in the show ring as we move into the 5 Points Bank Arena. Our first class, if we can have our yearling Rams, please. Yearling Rams, Whiteface.
We'll get the day started off with the Whiteface Wether Sire Wether Dam division. And I know I'm going to see a lot of them that I saw yesterday, and it's probably going to be switched up a little bit how I evaluate Wether Sires, Wether Dams versus purebreds. There's going to be some differences and some changes. This buck lamb I'm starting with, or yearling ram I'm starting with, certainly a nice sheep. He is the one that I think is most structurally correct and nicest balanced when we view him from the side. Has plenty of muscle and shape to him as a male goes, and just the complete one of the group that I think fits what I like to see. The buck next is really powerfully built and extremely big topped and big ended. Maybe a little bit more athletic than the two below him. I'd still like to drop his flank and make him balance just a little bit better. But in terms of shape and muscle and meeting that trait, he definitely does it as good as any in the class. The next buck, really super long-bodied buck that just want to see him be a little bit more smoother when we get him on the move in terms of his top line. He gets a little piecier in how he handles down that top. Change that, and we could move him on up. I don't think he's got as much in his rear third as the sheep right above him in terms of power and mass, but still a nice long-bodied buck there. And then we round out the class with the attractive buck of the group that's up-fronted and long-bodied, nicely made. Just need more power to him for this Wether Sire Wether Dam deal. So nice set of sheep. Let's give them a round of applause.
Next in the ring will be your fall ram lambs. Fall ram lambs, please. Your results coming out of your first class this morning. First goes to Richard's Livestock of Geneva, Nebraska. Second is to Christy Keaton from Oklahoma. Third is also to Christy Keaton. And fourth to Patty Wilson from Hazard, Nebraska.
Good class, a lot of variability in handle and touch. The one I'm starting with, squarest ended, squarest made sheep of the group. how they handle and what their top shape feels like to me is going to be pretty important in this particular division when we judge it. Not only that, this sheep's really up fronted. He balances up good. He's immature in his body. But I still think he has a nice silhouette and looks good. I just think he kind of excels the class in terms of combining those things: look, touch, handle, all those things I'm looking for. Next buck in class, I like the handle of this sheep, particularly right in behind that rack. And as we move back, would like to see him a little bigger and square in the center part of that loin. I'd like to see him just a little bit square out through that rump and hip. Stout made sheep. He's got a good handle and touch. He's up fronted. And I think he excels the sheep in third just in total amount of shape and width and dimension down that top. Sheep in third, I like his silhouette. Looking at him from the side, he's up fronted, he's level and balanced. Just want to see more squareness and shape down that top line compared to the two above him. Next buck in class, super long-bodied buck, good in his lines. Just needs more power in the rear third of his skeleton to match up with the front part of that skeleton for me today. But a real long-bodied, nice-made sheep there. And then we round out the class, a buck that's a little over-conditioned today, kind of hard to handle, but we just need to see a little more power with this guy in terms of just total mass and outside stifle to put him up any higher. Good class. Let's give him a round of applause.
Up next will be our winter ram lamb. This will be our largest class of our white-faced rams today. The results of your falls. First goes to Darcy Peterson from Polis, Nebraska. Second, exhibited by Owen Atwater from Knoxville, Iowa. Third is to Christy Keaton from Neenah, Oklahoma. Fourth is to Booz Livestock from Shelton, Nebraska. And fifth goes to Gilmore South Downs of Lincoln, Nebraska.
Starting with the sheep, I like some things about him. He's one that's up fronted. He's one that's got a good handle down that top line. Would like to see him bigger and square right at the top of that hip. Would like to make him travel just a tick better on those back two. He just gets a little bit straight hawked up for me. But when we back him back off and balance him up, he's the one that kind of balances with the right kind of body shape and look that I like. So he's going to be your combination sheep in this class. The next sheep in class, we need to stouten up his bone. We need to make him just a little neater when he's on the move. Do that, and we can move him on up. He's one that probably handles the best in terms of top line, being very square and fresh and big, and his loin edge and having a nice square shape right in through that rump and hip. I just want to change those two things about him to put him up above that one that wins the class. Next lamb in class are certainly like his attractiveness. Back off, and you really like this sheep. He's very structurally correct. He's very up-fronted. Neat kind of a sheep. Get your hands on him. He's the one that doesn't have quite as much to him as those two above him. He's really good right in behind his rack. Doesn't have quite the center edge on that loin. Doesn't have quite the mass right up over that hip as those three do above him. But certainly like his attractiveness, maybe the best looking buck in the class. And then we round out that top group with a really heavy muscle, big-ended, big-topped kind of a sheep that we just need to make prettier. He just gets a little more rugged looking up through that front end. I'd like to lengthen his neck out a little bit, make his shoulder tie in just a little bit better to that rib cage. But he is extremely thick, massive in terms of muscle. Certainly like that about him. Good class. Let's give him a round of applause.
In the ring next will be your spring ram lambs, please. Spring ram lambs. Here's the results of your winter ram lambs. Congratulations to first place, Owen Atwater of Knoxville, Iowa. Second, exhibited by Gavin Bachman from Johnstown, Colorado. Third is Gilmore South Downs. Fourth, exhibited by Richards Livestock of Geneva, Nebraska. Fifth went to Owen Atwater from Knoxville, Iowa. Sixth is to Gilmore South Downs from Lincoln, Nebraska. Seventh to Patty Wilson of Hazard, Nebraska. Eighth and ninth to Littlefield Family Farms of Surprise, Nebraska.
Really thick-ended one here to start the class. Really big hip in this sheep. He's got a nice handle and touch and squareness and shape down that top. Like his feet and legs, really wide base. Where this guy's really kind of neat is when you follow him to the ground and how wide he is underneath. Would like to extend him and make him, ideal. We could make him a little prettier up through that front end and extend him just a little bit in terms of his length of body. But I think when you get your hands on him, there isn't anything close to him in terms of handle and touch and the amount of muscle shape he's got and the right kind of shape. Like this lamb next, a prettier sheep than our class winner, not quite as much to him. Not as big rib, not quite as opened up and wide in the center part of that loin, but certainly of the group, this one balances up good, is pretty, is attractive, really good out through that rump and hip. His stoutness of structure is appropriate. Nice sheep to go here second. And third, a nice handling sheep here that I just want to stouten up some. He's getting beat by some sheep that are a little bit more mature than he is. He's got some squareness and shape down that top line. I just want to stouten him up at the ground a little bit. He's a nice sheep as well. South down that we have next, an up-fronted sheep. Get my hands on him. He doesn't quite have the squareness and shape down that top line. Gets a little raw in that loin and that hip loin junction. We need to change him there. Certainly like his front 1/3 though and how he's built. And then we round out the class with a long-bodied, level-made kind of a sheep. Just needs more power in that rear third of his skeleton for me. Put him up any higher. Good set of sheep though. Give him a round of applause.
It is now time for a pair of ram lambs, please. Pair of ram lambs. Here's your results of your spring ram lamb class. First goes to Lauren Richards from Geneva, Nebraska. Second to Gilmore South Downs of Lincoln, Nebraska. Third exhibited by Olivia Graves of El Dorado Springs, Missouri. Fourth is to Christy Keaton from Neenah, Oklahoma. And fifth exhibited by Patty Wilson of Hazard, Nebraska. In the ring now will be your pair of ram lambs. Bart, hold on just a second. We've got one more pair coming in. Yep, those are them. As I tally up the pairs, we'll be getting ready now for our selection of our champion white-faced ram. You're good. Here's the results of your pair of ram lambs. First, we'll go to Owen Atwater from Knoxville, Iowa. Second, exhibited by Gilmore South Downs of Lincoln, Nebraska. Third is to Lauren Richards, from Geneva, Nebraska. Fourth, exhibited by Christy Keaton from Neenah, Oklahoma. Fifth, exhibited by Patty Wilson from Hazard, Nebraska. And sixth to Littlefield Family Farms.
Good set of Whiteface bucks in this Wether Sire division. Again, I'm looking for sheep that power up and combine some structural integrity along with that. They need to be up fronted for me. They need to be pretty big hipped, and they definitely need to be wedged the right way. From front to rear, and I think one for me, there's not the perfect one out here, but there's some things I like about each of them. There's one I liked in terms of just being upfronted and pretty and having attractiveness. There's one I like better in terms of muscularity and has enough of that. I guess it's just a matter of opinion today. I'm going to go ahead and use this yearling. He's going to be your champion. Yes, I would like to see him just a little more extended up through that front end, but in terms of how he handles on that top, he handles as good as any. He gets wider from front to rear. He's really square and fresh and big in that top and has a real nice square hip on him. Would like to maybe make him a little more up front. And the sheep that's going to be reserved is this speckled sheep that we have here in front of us. He is the attractive sheep of the whole group, even though he's immature, and I know he's not there yet. But really up fronted, really neat in his rib shape and design. And when you get your hands on him, there is a sheep there. He's got some squareness and shape down that top line. He's just as square and big hipped as anything in relation to what his skeleton is. He just needs to be a little more mature. Good set of sheep, though. Give him a round of applause for a nice set of bucks.
Congratulations, your champion Whiteface, exhibited by Richards Livestock from Geneva, Nebraska, coming out of that yearling class. Your reserve champion Whiteface is Darcy Peterson, coming out of the fall class. Moving on, we're going to start with our yearling Whiteface ewes, please. Yearling Whiteface ewes. So just a quick note, you're going to want to double check your programs because the yearlings do have a split. So in this class A should be Booz Livestock, Christy Keaton, 2 from Richard Livestock, another one from Booz, 2 from Olivia Graves, and a third one from Booz Livestock.
It's a good quality on this top end. You I'm starting with, I think, just big-bodied, massive kind of a ewe, extremely wide from top to ground. And then you back off and look at her, and she balances up quite well and looks nice. She's a pretty powerful female in my mind. Little chubby. I would like to take and trim her up just a little bit to make her a little more athletic, but I think she combines things the best. Next ewe in class, she's a power sheep, really big round bodied to her. I like that turn to her rib, like how tucked she is in her chest floor. Would like to extend her just a little bit. But I think in relation to where she's at, I think she's good enough to stand here in second. Certainly a good top line. That's why she's here in second, because she's really wide and thick and square down that top line and progressively gets wider as she goes back. She handles just a bit better than the ewe that's next in line in terms of just having some squareness and shape. This ewe's wide. I like her width. I'd just like to see it more shapely in terms of how that top handles. She's up fronted. She's nice in terms of length of body. Balance is good. She's a good quality individual. I think it's close between that ewe and that one that's in second on where we put this. And then we round out the top four with one that just needs to have a little more attractiveness. She's one that handles really good, huge rack, big loin edge, just doesn't quite balanced, quite as good as some of those ahead of her. We maybe need to just make her a little taller at the point of the shoulder, get a little more outside stifle to make her balance better. But a good class. Give them all a round of applause.
Coming in for yearling ewe Class B should be 2 from Atwater. We'll have Mickey, Wilson, Keaton, another Wilson, and 2 Gilmores. If that helps you guys out, we will announce the splits. Here's the results coming out of Class 1 of the yearling ewes. Class A, first will go to Booz Livestock from Shelton, Nebraska. Second is exhibited by Richards Livestock of Geneva, Nebraska. Third is to Christy Keaton from Neenah, Oklahoma. Fourth, exhibited by Richards Livestock. Fifth will go to Olivia Graves from El Dorado Springs, Missouri. Sixth, also to Olivia Graves. Seventh is to Booz Livestock from Shelton, Nebraska. And eighth is to Booz Livestock from Shelton, Nebraska.
And it is nice today. I got to do a pre-sort yesterday, but these are all different and together, and so I kind of remember some things that I liked and didn't like, and I know I really liked this ewe yesterday. Very attractive, handles as good as anything in the class in terms of top shape. She's beautiful from the side. She's stout at the ground. She's good on her feet and legs. She really kind of rivals everything in the class in my mind. The next ewe in class is structurally correct like her on her feet and legs. She's good in terms of her top line. She gets overpowered by that. Just a really good ewe, I think. Maybe not quite as extended up through that front end as she is, and definitely not as big a sheep as that other one is, but still made right in terms of being structurally correct, square and big in that top line, and very wide and big out at top of that hip. She excels over the sheep in third, just in the rear third of her skeleton. I want to change a little bit of things in the rear third of the skeleton on this sheep to match how good she is up in the front two-thirds of her skeleton. She's just not as square and big right at the top of that tail head. When we get her on the move, she kind of toes out a little bit or just kind of toes, well, that's it. She kind of toes in, I guess, and hawks out just a little bit as she gets on the move on those back two. But when we get her set and just have her sitting here, she's one that balances up well and is as attractive as anything in the class. Nice ewe here next. Maybe just a little plainer in her look compared to the three above her, but one that's long, one that's got some squareness and shape down that top line. I like to stouten her up at the ground, maybe just a little bit, but I like her structural correctness as well. And then we round out this top five with a ewe that's very attractive from the side, super long bodied, really good pattern. Just want to power her up and give her a little more oomph in terms of muscularity to put her up any higher. Good class. Let's give them a round of applause.
Bringing it now for our pair of yearling ewes. Here's your results out of yearling ewe class number 2. First goes to Owen Atwater from Knoxville, Iowa. Second to Lauren Richards from Geneva, Nebraska. Third also by Owen Atwater. Fourth will be exhibited by Christy Keaton from Unicau, Oklahoma. Fifth goes to Patty Wilson from Hazard, Nebraska. Sixth exhibited by Gilmore South Downs of Lincoln. Gilmore South Downs also in seventh. Eighth will go to Patty Wilson from Hazard, Nebraska. We'll get you your pairs in just a moment. In the ring now will be our Fall You Lambs, please. Fall You Lambs. You're very welcome. Here's results of your pair of yearling ewes in the Whiteface division. First goes to Owen Atwater from Knoxville, Iowa. Second is exhibited by Richards Livestock of Geneva, Nebraska. Third goes to Christy Keaton from Nenagah, Oklahoma. Fourth, exhibited by Gilmore South Downs from Lincoln, Nebraska. Fifth is to Booz Livestock from Shelton, Nebraska. Sixth, Olivia Graves from El Dorado Springs, Missouri. And seventh will go to Patty Wilson from Hazard, Nebraska.
Well, if you're a shag person that loves shag, this is probably not the one you're going to pick. But you would be wrong because this one is the best handling, biggest top, roundest ribbed, coolest looking sheep in the class. And so I don't care how much wool you have on the legs, this is a good sheep. And certainly built good and certainly handles the part. The one that's in second, big sheep that is big at the ground or appears that way because of the shag. But there's not as much sheep there. She's up fronted. She balances good. She is not as big, especially out through the top part of that hip as the class winner. I like her balance neck, as good as anybody. I like her showiness out here. Nice sheep. She just gets overpowered by a really powerful ewe. The next one in class, super long-bodied, up-fronted. She gets the nod from me on just being a little more correct down at the ground over the sheep that we have behind her there. I'd like to see her squarer and shapelier out through her rear third of that skeleton, but certainly a nice ewe that has some attractiveness to her. The next sheep in class, one that's got some a square rack in her. She's square in her loin edge. She gets really flat, and then just kind of calm in how she handles her back too. She gets a little narrow down at the ground and just kind of choppy in her step out here. I want to change her off that rear part of her skeleton, put her up any higher. And then we round out the class with a really easy doing one that's just not quite as shapely as some of them. When I get over the top of her is when she doesn't balance up quite as well. I would like to put more width and dimension at the top of that hip in relation to that power that she has in the front 2/3 of her body. Good class, though. Let's give them a round of applause.
Time for our winter ewe lambs. There are 2 classes. So in Class A should be Peterson, Littlefield, Booz, Gilmore, Atwater, Booz, Graves, 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 Gilmore. And here's your results of your fall ewe lamb class. First we'll go to Patty Wilson from Hazard, Nebraska. Second exhibited by Adeline Miller from Sumner, Nebraska. Third is to Christy Keaton from Neocah, Oklahoma. Fourth exhibited by Owen Atwater from Knoxville, Iowa. And fifth will go to Gilmore, South Downs.
starting with the colored up ewe here, ewe that's just really complete, and these top two I think excel the class just in terms of how they're built, and then just handle and touch down that top line. I think there's a couple things you can go back and forth on. The length of body and extension goes to the black ewe. I think maybe the chest floor and the lower third of the body goes to this ewe in second. Get our hands on them. I think they're very similar in how they handle in terms of the appropriate amount of touch and handle and squareness and shape down that top line. I guess when we put them in motion, this black ewe to me seems to be just a little bit wider at the ground, particularly when we get to the rear part of her skeleton. But those two ewes are certainly nice and really good in this class. I like this little ewe here, third. I think she's the next one that combines some really good things. Pretty cool up through the front end for the kind of sheep she is. Really big at the ground, and one that's got a lot of shapeliness and touch down that top line. Maybe not quite as long and level out through that rump and hip as the two above her. Just not quite as big a sheep, but she's certainly a nice ewe there. This ewe handles really good. That's here next in class. Like her shapeliness down her top. Big square rack, big square loin edge. Just not quite the power as some of the ones right ahead of her. Not quite as stout down at the ground, but she is extended and lengthy in her skeleton and has some touch and handle and squareness and shape. Then I like this next ewe, another one that handles really good and not quite as big and bold right at the top of that hip, but one that's I like her rib cage in her. I like her width and shape at her rack and her loin edge. Just like to change her in her rear skeleton just a little bit, put her up any higher. Good class, though. Give them a round of applause.
Entering the ring now will be your second class of winter ewe lambs. They should be Richards, Bachman, Littlefield, Christie, Rehak, Carmen, two Patty Wilson, another for Carmen, and then for Peterson. Here's your results coming out of winter ewe lamb class A. First goes to Booz Livestock from Shelton, Nebraska. Second exhibited by Darcy Peterson from Bolus, Nebraska. Third will go to Booz Livestock from Shelton, Nebraska. Fourth exhibited by Olivia Graves from El Dorado Springs, Missouri. Fifth is to Gilmore South Downs from Lincoln, Nebraska. Sixth exhibited by Gilmore South Downs. Seven is Owen Atwater from Knoxville, Iowa. Eighth exhibited by Olivia Graves. Ninth is by Seth Wirtz. 10th will be to Olivia Graves, and 11th to Littlefield Family Farms, Surprise, Nebraska. This is Class B of your winter ewe lambs.
I like this big white ewe in this class. Just really good in terms of handle and touch down that top and being big and fresh right in the rack. Carries that all the way through. Plenty big enough at the top of her hip. Just a nice ewe. And then when he gets her set up, she's really balanced and pretty and attractive out here. I think she just has that nod over the ewe that we have in second. The ewe in second, a little different kind of sheep, a little more down at the ground, a little stouter made at the ground, really thick-ended, big hip and butt in this sheep. I liked her up through the front end. I guess I'd like to see her bigger in kind and more extended compared to the ewe that wins the class. We have a little white ewe here in third that handles really good. And very fresh down that top line. Still looks appropriate from the side. She's not as big right at the top of that hip as those two above her. We make her bigger there. She could move on up in the class. Next ewe in class, a super attractive ewe from the front 2/3. I just want to change her in her rear third. She gets a little rounder out through her hip. She gets a little shorter from hooks to pins. Just not quite as balanced up because of that. We'd like to change that about her to move her up. And then we have the next ewe in class, a ewe that's got plenty of condition on her, but she has got some thickness and muscularity down that top. I find her to balance pretty good. Just want to trim her up and make her neater in terms of her look from the side to put her up any farther in class. Really good class there. Let's give them a round of applause.
In the ring now should be our Spring Ewe Lamb class. Here's the results of winner ewe lamb class B. First, we'll go to Gavin Bachman from Johnstown, Colorado. Second was exhibited by Brennan Mickey. Third is to, excuse me, I keep sneezing today, I apologize. Alicia Rayak from Wisner, Nebraska. Fourth, exhibited by Darcy Peterson from Bolus, Nebraska. Fifth will go to Richards Livestock from Geneva, Nebraska. Sixth, exhibited by Patty Wilson from Hazard, Nebraska. Seventh is by Colby Carmen from Shelton, Nebraska. Eighth, exhibited by Patty Wilson. Ninth was to Christy Keaton from Nenakaw, Oklahoma. 10th, exhibited by Colby Carmen from Shelton, Nebraska. And 11th, Littlefield Family Farms, Surprise, Nebraska.
Really good designed ewe to start this class. Get your hands on her. You're certainly not disappointed. Square from front to rear. She progresses with that width properly as you get your hands on her. I think just combines things from a look standpoint along with the muscularity of anything in the class. Next ewe in class, like her in terms of look from the side, not as big-ended, not as big up over the top of that rump as the ewe that wins the class, but certainly attractive, nicely balanced, good-looking ewe here to go second. The ewe in third, maybe as stout and as powerful as anything in the class. Her front two-thirds, I think, are excellent in terms of how she's built. Really cool in the chest floor, flanks where it ought to be. I just need to make her longer and leveler and extend it out through that rump and hip to put her up any higher amongst these two that are ahead of her. But really good ewe from that standpoint. Nice class in this group. Let's give them a round of applause.
All right, next should be our pairs. Here's your results of your spring ULAM class. First, we'll go to Gilmore South Downs from Lincoln, Nebraska. Second to Double K South Downs from Lincoln. Third, exhibited by Lauren Richards from Geneva, Nebraska. Fourth to Gilmore South Downs. Fifth will go to Richards Livestock. Up next is your selection of your champion, Whiteface, and then we will have groups immediately following that. Here's your results of your pair of ewe lambs. First goes to Booz Livestock from Shelton, Nebraska. Second is to Olivia Graves from El Dorado Springs, Missouri. Third is to Gilmore South Downs of Lincoln, Nebraska. Fourth was to Owen Atwater from Knoxville, Iowa. Fifth exhibited by Richards Livestock. Sixth goes to Patty Wilson of Hazard, Nebraska. Seventh to Darcy Peterson. Eighth exhibited by Christy Keaton from Neenah, Oklahoma. Ninth was to Colby Carmen from Shelton, Nebraska. And 10th to Littlefield Family Farms, Surprise, Nebraska. We are missing our Richards Livestock. We're waiting for your second place for your yearlings, please. Lauren, are you bringing yours in? Lauren, your Dorset yearling, please.
Really, really good Whiteface Cross U show or Whiteface U show in this Wether Sire Wether Dam division, and we mixed them up a little bit, probably compared to yesterday, just because I on these Wether Dams and Wether Sires, I put a lot more emphasis on how they handle, how their top shape is. I want them to handle with a nice, good rack. I want them to transition from front end to rear end, slowly getting wider as they go back, and just having that nice, really expressive top line and top shape to go with backing off of them and looking at them and making sure they balance good. I still want them cool fronted and up in their chest floor. Still want them to be attractive and good structured from the side when we back off and look at them. There's one out here that has impressed me the most and I think is really good, handles really good, is really attractive from the side, and just a powerful female in my mind. And then I think it gets close for your reserve, and it's kind of between these 4 ewe lambs here. I think all 4 of them are nice sheep. I think they're built good. I think they have good things about them. Just some minor differences. The one I'm going to use for reserve, I think, is just a tick bigger in the rib cage, a little more balanced and a little bit more attractive in terms of where she is at the ground over a couple of them, and just has a nice silhouette, is one that handles really good as well. Your grand champion is going to be the speckled yearling ewe. I think she's a phenomenal female. Reserve is going to be the other speckled ewe. She's going to be your reserve supreme. So let's give them a round of applause for a good job.
Congratulations, your champion Whiteface ewe is exhibited by Owen Atwater coming out of the yearling class. And your reserve champion goes to Booz Livestock coming out of the winter. Now we're into our groups. Bringing in the ring now is our mixed pair. That's 1 ram lamb, 1 ewe lamb. They're setting up now for young flock, which is 1 ram, 2 ewe lambs. We'll get you all those results in just a bit, but they're now putting together your young flock. 1 ram lamb, 2 ewe lambs. As they move in next, they're going to start setting up for your pen of 4 lambs after you've been placed. We're going to take roughly a 10-minute break before we come back for the Blackface of our Wether Sire Wether Dam show today. Just a quick note, if you had a champion or reserve Whiteface ewe or ram, you will need to bring them back in for the Supreme Drive. Welcome back once again here to the 5 Points Bank Arena as we continue with our Wether Sire Wether Dam show. We're moving on, of course, now to the Blackface. Do note, just like the print in error we had in the Whiteface, groups will come second, just like we follow in our normal protocol. So groups will be at the end. So we are going to kick it off, if you're following on the program, on page 7. This is going to be your yearling rams. There should be 2 in this class for yearling rams. Bring them on in. And of course, we'd like to welcome Bart Cardwell back once again from our break as he continues to judge for us today. Also wanted to let folks know in Raising Nebraska today, starting at 11 o'clock, and tomorrow at 11 o'clock as well, the Nebraska Sheep and Goat Association is going to have lamb tasting. So if you've never had lamb or you want to try some new recipes, they'll be starting that at 11 o'clock today down in Raising, Nebraska.
Starting out this class with some rams that probably been working a little bit. I'd like to see them in, a little more condition than what they are to get them fresher and how that top shape is. We're going to go with the one that just has a little bit more to him when I get my hands on him, just a little wider at the center part of that loin. Both rams are nice made. I think this ram is just balanced a little bit better, a little more skeleton correct, especially when we talk about out through that rump and hip area. Blue sheep that we have in second, one that is super long bodied, one that's good fronted. Like I said, I'd like to just make him a little bit leveler out through that rump, put him up any higher. Good class. Let's give him a round of applause.
Coming in next will be your fall ram lamb in your yearling rams. First, we'll go to Christy Keaton from Neenah, Oklahoma. Bill Butner from Grand Island is in second. There should be 3 coming in for your fall rams.
This buck we're starting with, just a little bit more to him in terms of just muscle mass and thickness and shape. He's a little stouter at the ground as well. I just find him to be in this Wether Sire division, just one that's just got more to him and still upstanding enough and balanced enough, I think, to have that combination to win. Love the pattern and the balance of this sheep that's in second, really super in his lines, nice silhouette. Just compared to our winner, would like to see just a little bit more, particularly when we get to the rear part of his skeleton, give him a little more outside stifle and power. And then we round out the class with a super long-bodied, extended one that just doesn't have as much to him. He's not as fat. He's not as far along in his maturity as the two above him, but super extended, super neat. Get him fatter and get him there. You're probably going to see a little bit more on this guy, but good class of bucks. Let's give him a round of applause.
Coming in next will be your winter ram lamb class. Here's your results of the falls. First will go to Darcy Peterson from Boatless, Nebraska. Second is to Olivia Graves from El Dorado Springs, Missouri. And third will go to Christy Keaton from Nenagah, Oklahoma.
Super made sheep that's very athletic, very good on his feet and legs. I like him from the side extremely well. He's neat up through that front end. The biggest part of his body is definitely in this rear third. Get your hands on him. He's big and square and just overpowers the rest of the group in terms of squareness and shapeliness down that top. Really big-ended, just nice, complete kind of buck to win the class with. Buck in second. One that's a little more streamlined in his look from the side. I'd like to take and just see a little more maturity on this buck. I love his front end, his extension, his length of body. He, too, is a wide-based guy that's got some muscularity to him. He's just a little greener, a little bit immature in terms of where he's at today. He's a different kind of sheep than that class winner. He's going to be a little bigger at the end point as well. And then we round out the class with a buck that's got some good things about his lines that you like. Just like to power him up more, stouten him up at the ground compared to those two in the class. Let's give him a round of applause.
We will have 2 entries in our pair of rams. When we get to then first, it is our spring rams. Spring rams coming in, please. I was off one page. Here's your results of your winter ram lamb class. First, we'll go to Alicia Rehak from Wisner, Nebraska. Second is to Christy Keaton from Nenagah, Oklahoma. And Bill Beutner from Grand Island is third. Again, spring ram lambs.
I'm going to start with the stoutest one of the group in terms of muscularity, and then carrying it down. If you want to talk bone work as well, an up-fronted sheep that's got a lot of squareness and shape right in behind that shoulder and carries that all the way. Still green in terms of his maturity, but I think he's the powerful one of the group that we need to start with. Very attractive buck in second. Like this sheep in terms of how he looks from the side. Very immature still, and he's going to be a little different kind of sheep than that class winner. He's going to be a little later mature and maybe a little bigger when it's all said and done. I like him better right in behind that rack and that shapeliness that he has there. I'll tell you, he's not quite as big a hip as the sheep in third, but I think he's better in terms of his lines and his design, along with a little bit more power right in behind that shoulder. I like the sheep that here in third in terms of how wide he is at the top of his hip. I just want to see a little bit more rack shape and squareness and right in behind that shoulder on that particular buck. But nice class. Let's give him a round of applause.
Now we have pair of ram lambs, and there'll be two in this. Your spring ram lambs. First, we'll go to Richard's Livestock of Geneva, Nebraska. Oh, we do have three coming in. We've added another one. Wonderful. In second place, we'll go to Olivia Grace from El Dorado Springs, Missouri. And third goes to Bill Butner from Grand Island, Nebraska. Again, pairs in, and then our selection of our champion, Blackface Ram. We're now making the selection of your champion, Blackface Ram, in the Wether Sire Wether Dam Show.
We bring these out here. Some nice bucks out here. I think there's one that excels the group and just look and style and balance. I think he's ultra good in his front 2/3 of his body, and then get your hands on him, and he progressively gets wider and wider as he goes back. Really big-ended kind of a sheep that I think has a lot of value to him in the way that he's built and made. That's going to be the winner lamb. He's going to be your champion. Let's give them a round of applause. Then we're going to follow him up. I think it gets close between our spring and our fall out here of those two class winners. I'm going to give the nod to the fall buck. I think he's just got a little more power and definition down that top line. I think he balances just a little bit better, a little more structurally correct than that buck that we had there in that spring class. Good set of sheep, though. Give them all a round of applause.
Congratulations, your champion, Blackface Ram, exhibited by Alicia Rehak. Coming out of the winter class, your reserve champion is Darcy Peterson out of the fall. Moving on, this is going to be Class A. Class A of our yearling ewes will include 2 from Graves, Atwater, 2 from Peterson, Carmen, and 2 from Richards Livestock. So that's who should be in Class A of our yearling ewes. We've got 2 more yearlings that'll be joining us here momentarily for Class A. We're also waiting on Colby Carmen. Colby Carmen, if you have a yearling ewe to come into the ring.
I like the combination this sheep provides us out here. One that's up fronted, feminine, yet has some power to her. She's square down that top line. I like her in her lines when we view her from the side. I think she's very correct in terms of her skeleton and how it's put together. She just combines things the best for me. Maybe a little smaller, rounder made kind of a ewe here in second. Certainly powerful in terms of if you want one big bodied and opened up in the rib cage, this is your pick in the group. I need to extend her up, make her a little taller at the point of the shoulder for me to put her over that ewe that wins the class. But she's good in her body and design as well. She's big in her top line. I think she's a really nice nice ewe. You made her with the right buck, and you're going to get some nice lambs out of her. Love this black ewe or darker fibered ewe from the hip forward extremely well. Up fronted, broody and big, and has some shapeliness down that top. Want to change her on her back too. She just gets a little off and a little straight in her hock and a little in on her toes. And then the next ewe in class, another one from the hip forward. Really love how she's made. She's probably one of the most immature ones in this top end. I just want to make her leveler and longer out through her rump and hip. Put her up any higher in the class. Let's give him a round of applause for a good job in that group.
Ready for the yearling ewe Class B. Results of Class A yearling ewes. First and second will go to Richards Livestock from Geneva, Nebraska. Third exhibited by Owen Atwater from Knoxville, Iowa. Fourth exhibited by Darcy Peterson from Bolus, Nebraska. Fifth is to Olivia Graves from El Dorado Springs, Missouri. Sixth will go to Darcy Peterson from Bolus, Nebraska. And seventh, Olivia Graves from El Dorado Springs, Missouri.
two really opened up ewes in this front part of this class. I'm going to go with the ewe that's got just a little more to her. Just really stout at the ground, really stout in terms of how she handles in that top, big-bodied ewe. If I was going to make her more ideal, I'd like to make her just a little more feminine and extended up through her front end. But other than that, she's a very powerful ewe and deserves to be there. Next ewe in class, really opened up, round-bodied ewe that's got a lot of squareness and shape. Certainly appreciate the handle on this girl. We back off and look at her in relation to our class winner. Would like to drop that flank and tuck that chest floor up just to make her a little bit more ideal in the lower third of her skeleton. But she is the next ewe that handles extremely well down that top and has the right kind of handle and shape that we need in this industry. So next ewe in class, a big-ended kind of a ewe that's got some thickness and muscling down that top, a little plainer in her handle and shape. And we back off and look at her. She doesn't have quite the roundness of rib cage and the center body that those two ewes ahead of her do. I would like to see her just a little bit wider at the right at the top of that tail head and rump to put her up any higher, but a nice ewe that's certainly good-bodied and built good. The next ewe in class, extremely long-bodied ewe, needs to be just a little bit more fatter and bigger-bodied and bigger flanked for me to balance her up. She's got some width in terms of her skeleton. I just want to see it get there in terms of maturity. Good set of yearling ewes, though. Let's give them a round of applause.
Moving on is going to be our pair of yearling ewes. And here's your results of your second class of yearling ewes. First, we'll go to Briley Mickey from Aurora, Nebraska. Second to Wyatt Graves from El Dorado Springs, Missouri. Third, exhibited by Bill Beutner from Grand Island. Fourth will go to Christy Keaton from Neenah, Oklahoma. Fifth will go to Bill Beutner again from Grand Island. And sixth to Christy Keaton from Oklahoma. Up next will be our fall ewe lambs, please. Fall ewe lambs. Here's your results of your pairs of yearlings. First goes to Richard's Livestock from Geneva, Nebraska. Second is to Olivia Graves. Third to Bill Beutner. And fourth will go to Christy Keaton. Again, fall ewes in the ring.
I think my class winner was kind of, in my mind, was one that was easy to find. I like how she's built. I know she's not the biggest one out here, but she's one that's really cool up through that front end. She's big in terms of her flank and big-ended. Get your hands on her. She progressively gets wider as you go back. She has all those intangibles that are good. I don't care what size she is. She has those good qualities to her. And then it gets a little. There's some things I would like to piece together on the next ones. This ewe that's in second, she's not the biggest in terms of her rear third of her skeleton. I'll admit that there's there's ewes that are bigger at the top of her hip. But I really like how she's built. She's built like our class winner in terms of chest floors tucked up. She's neat in her rear flank. She's good looking in her lines. I just want to see her bigger ended in terms of right up over that rump and hip. And if we could change that about her, she might actually almost win the class there. The ewe next, huge topped ewe. Love her handle and shape and touch. I just want to give her more flank. I mean, that's her big deal is I want to give her more flank, tuck that chest floor, just change how that lower third of her is built. But I love how she's made in her top shape and top line, very hard handling, very robust and big in her loin and her rack shape. Just want to change her from that standpoint structurally. The next ewe in class, very extremely thick ewe that's good made, good balance, not as extended as some of the ewes up above her, but really square made, got a lot of shape and muscularity. I think she's better out through her rump and hip than the ewe that's next in class in terms of just being leveler, and that's why she's sitting here. This ewe, I like her handle and touch extremely well, very big-ended. Just want to change her out through her rump. She's just a little shorter, a little rounder, right out through that rump and hip. Make her balance a little bit better if she was better there. But a good class, excellent job in that group. Let's give them a round of applause.
There are two classes for our winter ewe lambs, so here's who should be in Class A. Karkoski with 2. One is Brendan's, one is Ella's. We have a Wirt. We have 3 from Schwarzendruber, another one from Wirt, Mickey, and Paper. I was just told Schwarzendrubers have moved one of theirs to Class B. So again, in Class A should be Ella and Brendan Karkoski, Kenzie Wirt, Lindley Schwarzendruber with 2, another one from Kenzie, and then Briley Mickey and Liam Paper. That should be Class A that we have on paper.
really competitive class for me here. I don't think there's good quality, and so it's tight. And depending on what you want to put emphasis on, I like both of these that we start the class with. And I went back and forth on them. I'll give some advantages for one over the other, and I think we're good. Handle and touch and squareness and shape. This one's got that. She's very big in terms of top shape and squareness and width of loin and all the way out through that rump and hip. I would like to see her longer rump, longer hind saddled in relation to that ewe that's in second. But I think she combines things with a good look, with some power to go at the top of this class. The ewe in second, no doubt, is a little more extended. I like her from that standpoint. I guess when I get my hands on her, she's not quite as correct out that rump and hip as the ewe that wins the class, but she's definitely acceptable in the way that she's built there. Just a ewe that is extended and has a look and then still has some power. And she is bigger ended up, especially if we talk about rump and hip shape and those areas over the ewe that we have here in third. Ewe in third, another one that extended, cool looking from the side. Like I said, just not quite as much right at the top of that hip as those two above her, but still very nice ewe that's maybe a little bit greener and more immature in her look than those two, but still a good quality sheep here. And then probably the most immature one in her body is this next one. I love this sheep. She's my kind in terms of look. Really extended, long neck, giraffe fronted. Just gives up a little bit in terms of maturity of that body. Not quite enough flank, not quite enough center body to her today. She's going to have better days on down the road when we get her mature. And then we round out that top five with a nice balanced ewe that's good in her lines. I find her not to be quite as correct in her lower third. She needs to be more jacked up in that chest floor in relation to where that flank is. I think she's very thick. I think she's fresh, and I like how her top shape is built in her. I just want to see her a little bit different compared to some of those others from the side in that lower third of her skeleton. Good set of sheep, though, very competitive. Let's give them a round of applause.
And here's your results of your first class of winter ewe lambs. First, we'll go to Lindley Schwartzendruber from Shickley, Nebraska. Second, exhibited by Kenzie Wart from Hordeville, Nebraska. Third is to Ella Karkowski from Loop City, Nebraska. Fourth goes to Lindley Schwartzendruber. Fifth, exhibited by Liam Paper from Pender, Nebraska. Sixth will go to Kenzie Wart from Hordeville, Nebraska. Seventh is to Brendan Karkowski from Loop City, Nebraska. And eighth is to Briley Mickey from Aurora, Nebraska. This is our Winter Ewe Lamb Class B now in the ring.
Miss Blue U, I love her design and look from the side, and we get her on the move. She just holds together so well and is so structurally correct. I think she's got a little more extension than the U that we have there in second in terms of length of body, length of hind saddle, and up through that front end. She just combines things best for me. Love the power and that this U in second has. She's a little chubbier than our class winner in terms of where her condition is today. It's a little shorter out through that rump and hip, but certainly big-ended, up-fronted, neat in how her rib cage and her chest floor is put together. Just want to extend her a little bit to match that one that wins the class. Really extended, long-bodied U here in third. I love that about her. This U's really good on the move. I mean, just holds herself together. Very straight in her design and good built. Just not quite as big-ended, not quite the outside stifle and outside hip to her as those two that beat her in the class, but certainly one that in terms of being a female that you could grow some good ones out of, I think she's one of those. And then this ewe next is a little different, one that's a little shorter coupled, a little shorter bodied, maybe a little shorter rumped and hipped, but she's certainly powerfully built. She's huge in her rib cage. She's good enough in her front end to go along with that. She just doesn't have quite the extension of some of those that win the class, but certainly a powerful female that sits here and is really good in her own right. I can find a ram probably to work on her as well. Good class of sheep, though. Excellent job. Everybody give them a round of applause for a really deep set of ewes.
We'll have two classes of the spring ewe lambs as well. So Class A should have Lauren Richards, Olivia Graves, a second one from Olivia, Christy Keaton, Lauren Richards, Richards Livestock, Gavin Bachman, Adeline Miller, Brindley Elber, and Darcy Peterson. Those should be the ones that are coming in Class A for spring ewe lambs. Here's your results of Class B winter ewe lambs. First, we'll go to Cassini Crow of Utica, Nebraska. Second is exhibited by Lauren Richards from Geneva, Nebraska. Third is to Gavin Bachman from Johnstown, Colorado. Fourth, we'll go to Tiamat Secretura from Hazard, Nebraska. Fifth is exhibited by Darcy Peterson from Bolus, Nebraska. Sixth will go to Richards Livestock from Geneva, Nebraska. Seventh is to Lindley Schwartzendruber from Shickley, Nebraska. I don't have an eight. Eight will be to Bill Beitner from Grand Island, Nebraska. Ninth to Darcy Peterson from Bolus. And then 10th is to Christy Keaton from Neenah, Oklahoma. We'd like to welcome folks into the Five Points Bank Arena as we're continuing with our Wether Sire Wether Dam show here at the Nebraska State Fair. This is the Blackface division that is underway right now in our spring ewe-lamb class. When we wrap up and make the selection of our supreme champion, we will be having an open class showmanship contest. That will take place immediately after our supreme selection.
I think two studs at the top of this class. I'm going to give the nod to the darker ewe. She's just a little bit more mature and better in her body when we view her from the side. Both of them are extremely good handling. I think this ewe's a little bit farther in her maturity because of that, and because of that, she looks just a little more appropriate, a little more balanced. But very structurally correct, up-fronted, neat-made kind of a ewe. I love the ewe in second as well. Like I said, just not as far along in her body maturity and where she's at. She is an awesome one in terms of touch and handle and power. Just not quite as good right in that hip-loin junction as our class winner. Not quite as deep in her flank, but certainly a really, really good prospect ewe lamb for that exhibitor. The next ewe in class, neat-fronted, good made. Not quite as good in her top line in terms of how it's built. She just isn't quite as smooth from front to rear when I get my handle, particularly in that hip-loin junction. We need to make that handle just a little bit better. Love the extension of this girl, though, and how she's built from the side. Just want to change her in some areas. Then this next one, very fresh handling, big top, big ended kind of a ewe. Need to make her better on her back, too. She just gets a little straight when we get her out in here. And I gave her the nod just on how she handles the maturity and where she's at today. Let's give them a round of applause for a good job.
Entering the ring now will be Class B of your spring ewe lambs. Your results out of Class A spring ewe lambs. First goes to Lauren Richards from Geneva, Nebraska. Second is exhibited by Adeline Miller from Sumner, Nebraska. Third will go to Gavin Bachman from Johnstown, Colorado. Fourth is to Brinley Albert from Guide Rock, Nebraska. Fifth, Darcy Peterson, Bolus, Nebraska. Sixth is to Lauren Richards from Geneva, Nebraska. Seventh is to Olivia Graves from El Dorado Springs, Missouri. Eighth will go to Christy Keaton from Nenagah, Oklahoma. And ninth will go to Olivia Graves from El Dorado Springs, Missouri. In the ring now is our spring ewe lamb Class B.
Another good set, very heavy in terms of quality on the top end. You were starting with just a notch better up through that front 1/3, a notch better out through that rump and hip, and maybe just has a little more maturity in terms of how she handles than that top line. I think those ewes are really good in that top pair. I like the blue ewe as well. I think you can separate them, though, based on some things with your hands and eyes. And the U's pretty complete that wins the class. U in second, good bodied, good built, a little more immature, like I said, in terms of how she handles. Big-ended, though, and up-fronted. The blue U, extremely good looking from the side. She's the one that needs to drop the flank down a little bit or bring the chest floor up. One of the two needs to happen in terms of her balance when we look at her from the side. Super handling, though, and smooth and fresh in that top line. Like her extremely well as in this class. The next ewe, up-fronted, cool made, neat made, probably the most green in terms of where she's at today. I think she's a big-ended ewe that's got a big hip, just doesn't tie together quite as well in terms of her handle down that top line. She's the one that's probably, of that top four, she's the one that's not quite as big, right in the center part of her loin today. I'm not saying that may change as she gets older and grows and gets more mature, because she's extremely green today. Very nice ewe, though. I love her front end. Good class. Let's give them all a round of applause.
Now for our pair of ewe lambs, please. Pair of ewe lambs, results of your spring ewe lamb class B. First goes to 308 Club Lambs out of Walbach, Nebraska. Second is exhibited by Alicia Riak of Wisner, Nebraska. Third goes to Lindley Schwartzendruber from Shickley, Nebraska. Fourth place is the 308 Club Lambs, again from Walbach, Nebraska. Fifth exhibited by Claire Karkowski from Loop City, Nebraska. Sixth goes to Bill Beitner from Grand Island, Nebraska. Seventh exhibited by Darcy Peterson from Bolus, Nebraska. Eighth is by Bill Beitner of Grand Island, Nebraska. Ninth exhibited by Christy Keaton from Neenahk, Oklahoma. Again, pair of ewe lambs, and then we will make the selection of your champion, Blackface ewe. It is time to make the selection of your champion, Blackface U. If you bring them back in, please, champion Blackface U. Just a reminder, we have groups coming up after this, and then our supreme champion. Here's your results of your pair class. First goes to Gavin Bachman from Johnstown, Colorado. Second exhibited by 308 Club Lambs of Walbach, Nebraska. Third goes to Lauren Richards of Geneva, Nebraska. Fourth is to Richards Livestock of Geneva, Nebraska. Fifth exhibited and sixth with Lindley Schwartzendruber from Shickley, Nebraska. Seventh is to Darcy Peterson from Bolus, Nebraska. Eighth to Bill Beitner from Grand Island, Nebraska. And then ninth will go to Christy Keaton from Oklahoma.
Again, one person's opinion on this deal. I think we have a heck of a set of sheep, though. I like what we got out here in terms of class winners and second place winners. Good quality sheep, and everybody has a different idea of how to put value on animals, and basically that's what we're doing. Which one do you think has the most value out here? That's the way I look at it from a female standpoint. Again, I talked about this yesterday. I want them to be good fronted and neat made and feminine as females and have enough power to go with it. That doesn't mean they need to be the heaviest muscled one out here, but they need to have the right amount of power, the right amount of width and dimension, and a good skeleton that fits them as far as how they look. And there's 3 or 4 in this lineup. 5 that I like extremely well, and there's little things about them that I like better than others. I am a sucker for one that just really has an incredible profile and look and balance from the side. And I think if we look at this group and look at all of them in this front line, they all have plenty to them. They've got enough muscle for this deal. We're going to take these ewes and breed them to bucks that probably have more muscle than they do in some cases. And you're going to try to make them match and mold with some other genetics to make the ideal lamb out of them. There's 2 I like. I'm going to go ahead and congratulate them. My winner today in this lineup is going to be this blue ewe right here. She's going to be your supreme. And my reserve is going to be this little ewe out of the lamb class. She'll be your reserve. Let's give them a big round of applause. Nice set of sheep.
Your champion, Blackface, exhibited by Kissany Crohe, and your reserve is 308 Club Lambs. Now we're on to our groups. After groups, we'll make our supreme champion selection. If you're following along on your program, your groups are on page 6. And it starts out with your mixed pair, 1 ram lamb, 1 ewe lamb. Moving on now will be our young flock. That is 1 ram lamb, 2 ewe lambs. Lining up next is our pen of 4 lambs. And last will be our breeder's flock. The breeder's flock is 1 ram, 2 yearling ewes, and 2 ewe lambs. All right, we're ready to make the selection. Well, not us. We're letting Bart do all that work. Bart Cardwell, our judge, is going to make the selection of your supreme ram for the Wether Sire Wether Dam show with our Whiteface rams and our Blackface rams. If you are set to go, Whiteface rams, your champion was Richard's Livestock Reserve, exhibited by Darcy Peterson. Your Blackface rams, exhibited by Alicia Rehak. It was your champion for the Blackface, and the reserve is Darcy Peterson.
Well, let's give a round of applause to our champion rams out here. Been a fun 2 days for me. I certainly appreciate the exhibitors and the quality of sheep, and it's always good to evaluate good sheep. It's really hard to evaluate bad sheep if that's all you see all day long, and we never had that problem in this show. Lots of good quality, very deep, an excellent set. These are the ones I liked when we showed them. The Dorset buck, I'll talk about each of them a little bit because I think they warrant it. The Dorset buck, really big top sheep that's handles really good as a Dorset goes. I guess we should say Whiteface sheep, but he is a Dorset. But I like the handle and the amount of muscularity. He's a man in terms of our buck goes. I guess if I was going to change him in an area, I'd like to extend him up through that front end, maybe make him just a little bit taller at the point of his shoulder, get his neck extended out there and on the top of his shoulder just a little bit better. But as far as muscularity and if you need that piece in your flock, he's definitely got it. And then he puts it, feet and legs are correct and where they need to be. He's extremely wide and bold in his body. Just a nice kind of buck that offers a lot of pieces for that particular breed and that particular lineup. The buck out of the Blackface says just a really neat fronted, neat made kind of a sheep. Young and he's still immature a little bit in terms of how he handles, but I like how he handles in terms of the structure of that top line. He gets big and opened up behind that shoulder, and as you handle him back, he gets wider and wider until the biggest part of his skeleton is back there at that rump and hip. And then you combine that with a sheep that looks good from the side and walks around out here and travels, just very good on his feet and legs. Just a lot of things good to say about this sheep, and I like him extremely well. The piebald sheep that was reserved in that Whiteface lineup, I talked about how I loved how he's built in terms of just being very attractive and up-fronted and yet still has a pretty big wide hip. I think this guy can go on and be a really nice buck for this young lady in her program and make some nice not only females but also some nice buck lambs as well. And I think she should be excited about the buck prospect that she has in that sheep. He's got a lot of bells and whistles that a lot of them don't have, and he's just, again, he's one that's just immature and green and still needs to get there in terms of his body. I think that's a really good buck that on down the road he's going to be a phenomenal looking yearling buck when we get him mature. The buck that was reserved in that group, I talked about how I liked how big-ended he was, and he's square and in his top line. Not quite as neat up through that front end as our champion was. I'd like to bring his chest floor up ever so slightly and drop his flank. But in terms of handle and width and dimension and being good on his feet and legs, that's a nice buck that was reserved in that lineup. So a really good set of sheep. I think I really want to congratulate the exhibitors for bringing a nice group. For your champion, we're going to use the Blackface buck. I think he's the one that just doesn't have big holes in him, and he's really good. And we're going to use the Whiteface buck for your reserve champion. Let's give him a round of applause for an excellent job in this set of males that were shown. Congrats, guys. Thank you.
Congratulations to Alicia Rehak. She'll be your supreme owner of the coming out of the Blackface for our Wether Sire Wether Dam show. Your reserve goes to Richard's Livestock. Congratulations to all of our ram exhibitors throughout this morning. Now it's time for the ladies in the Whiteface ewes. Your champion was Owen Atwater, and your reserve was Booz Livestock. In the Blackface ewes, Cassini Crowe was your champion, and 308 Club Lambs was your reserve.
Again, let's give these ewe exhibitors a round of applause for doing a good job and bringing a nice set of sheep. Again, this was fun for me. We saw a really nice set of females, very deep set. Some challenges from time to time because there's not a lot of differences in the quality. And so for me, I had a lot of fun. I just want the exhibitors to know that I certainly appreciate what they brought out here. Let's talk about them a little bit. The Whiteface division, this piebald ewe, while she is really cool from the side and she is really good on her feet and legs and moves around and you get your hands on her, you're not disappointed in her in terms of her width and dimension that she has. Very big center-bodied sheep that is still very up-fronted, and she's mature in there, and she's all there, and she's all good. Just a really nice ewe in that Whiteface division. Our blue ewe that came out of the Blackface group, I just loved her attractiveness. I just think she is so structurally correct and good, and then has enough to her. For me, like I said, I don't think she was the heaviest muscled ewe of the group, but I think she is the ewe that is really elite in the way that she looks when you get her out here from the side and in terms of her structure. And like I said yesterday, I don't. I like really good structured ones because in a breeding program, you just don't raise a lot of bad sheep out of good structured animals, and so I think it's important to have that. The other Whiteface ewe, the other piebald ewe, just a smaller version of the winner, I think. I mean, she is very good in terms of her structure and build. Maybe a little bit greener, obviously, because she's not quite as far along in her maturity. I think she's going to go on and make a really incredible yearling as well. And once she gets there and opens up and gets that rib cage filled out like that yearling does, I think she's going to be a very similar kind of sheep that has some really good look, has a really good look and design that you'll be proud of there. And then the little ewe that we had that was reserve in there out of that last ewe lamb class. Love this sheep all day. I love her structure and design. Maybe not quite as wowy up in that front end as the ewe that beats her, but she is massive and big in her top line and very square, very good on her feet and legs. I thought both of those ewes were very good. I have a hard time beating those two ewes. Your champion and reserve are going to come out of that Blackface lineup. Let's give them a round of applause.
Thank you.
Good job. Good job. Congrats. Good job. Very nice. Good job.
And congratulations, your Supreme You is Cassini Crowe, and your reserve goes to 308 Club Lambs. Give us just a little bit. We're going to organize and get ready for the showmanship competition. That's brand new for the open class here at the Nebraska State Fair. We'll be getting underway with showmanship here momentarily. The judge stepped away to take a quick photo op. Here's the order we're going to be doing. In our showmanship, by the way, this is the inaugural open class showmanship here at the State Fair. So excited for the support that we've received from the State Fair to add this to our open class sheep show. The order is going to be 8 and under. We have 8 competing. 9 to 13, we have 11. 14 to 21, we have 8. And those over 21, we have 8. And I will warn you right now, if the we being me, mispronounces your name, it's because I cannot read your writing. And there's a few on here that I cannot read. So we will make our way through it, and we do apologize ahead of time. But excited for this year to be the inaugural one, and hopefully this is something we can continue on. And even those 21 and olders would be really neat to see some of our older showmen, like our Patties, and a few of those others compete with these younger kids. We'll push for it next year. And we're underway now with our showmanship again. Like I mentioned, this is our inaugural one, and we're excited for so many to be participating. This is the 8 and under. There are 8 competing in 8 and under.
8 and under group. I think all these kids are winners, bringing sheep out here, and this is the start of the. Some would say the obsession, maybe, but this is the start for them, and hopefully they have long showing careers, showing and exhibiting sheep, and lots of things to learn. And this is where we start and we begin. If you're on the outside of the ring and you're responsible for one of these young people, I just encourage you to keep encouraging them and helping them along and help them fulfill what they need to fulfill as far as this livestock project and the program. We can learn a lot of great things showing an animal. And my kids, they're all, let's see, I have a sophomore in college, and I have one that's just graduated and working on a master's degree. And we spent a lot of hours and time together, and not always were things great working with Dad, but we got through it, and they learned from the project, and they learned some things like responsibility, and they learned that there are priorities in life that you need to take care of, and there's a whole lot of other things that go along with this program. And so certainly appreciate these young people. Very good job. They're all going to get a blue ribbon, but we are going to give a rosette to 2. My champion is going to be the young lady down here with that South Down ewe. She does an excellent job. I like her style and her showing ability. She keeps that head up. That South Down does not like that ribbon. And then my reserve champion winner is going to be the young lady on the other end. She gives me that look like, you better look at me because I'm getting ready to win. And I like that. I appreciate that intensity. Very good job, young people. Good luck with everything on down the road.
We're ready for 9 to 13-year-olds. Please, 9 to 13-year-olds enter the ring.
That's how we're going to line them up. First down here, all the way down. First here and down to the bottom. Huh? Yes. Good job in this group. Appreciate the professionalism and how well they did. You know, I'm looking for certain things, and I'm looking for how you're holding the head, how you attach on the front end. I'm looking for how often your sheep is set up or not set up. Main thing, showmanship. I can tell you what showmanship is all about, and it's really easy to say, but it's very hard to do. And all it is making that sheep look the best it can the whole time you're out here. Really simple to say, but it takes a lot of practice, time, training, both for the kid and for the sheep to be good at it. And I was an ag teacher for a while and worked in extension, and sometimes it's really hard to get it for some individuals. And sometimes it is just as natural and as easy as it can be. And that's just the way some things are. It's kind of like there's a reason I don't play professional basketball. I have too many faults and problems before I could even consider playing professional basketball. But same way with showman. Sometimes it just takes time. Sometimes it takes more effort. But those are the things we're looking for. This is your lineup. Very nice job, young man, on the front end. I just think he does the best job of keeping his sheep in where she's supposed to be at all times. The young lady that's reserve is very, very close to him. I thought those were my two elite showmen of the group in terms of just how they look, how they get the sheep, very professional in what they do. Let's give them all a round of applause, and we'll bring in that new group. Good job, guys.
Coming in next will be seniors 14 to 21. No, 14 to 20, excuse me.
All right, really good group. I expected it. You're older. You're bigger than the sheep. Well, maybe you're not bigger than the sheep you show. But you're stronger than those little kids were. You should have it down by now. How you hold the head's very important. There's a certain way to hold the head where you can hold the head and take up as little space on that head of that sheep as possible. And the reason for doing that is so that all we see is that how long and extended that front end and that neck is. Very important in sheep. Keeping that neck up in the center at the right angle, at a right angle, at least, right? That's very important. And that's all showman. Some minor things on feet and legs that we changed just there at the end. We just had some legs that were kind of out of sorts. Very minor things. That's why we moved a little bit. But hopefully I gave you enough of a workout. I'm satisfied with the placing I have out here in terms of quality of showmen. They all do a very nice job. They all can get them stuck. There's just some minor things in terms of just techniques that they're doing, how they're attached to the front end, how they have that head and neck. And does it look natural? Does it look real? Or are we overextending the neck? Or have we got the neck jammed down? When you're on the move, I really look. I don't think you need if you have a well-trained sheep, one hand's all you need to lead a sheep in. And so, I look at that too. That's part of showmanship. The hours that you spend at home is part of what happens right here. And so. I think that's important to have a well-trained sheep that does exactly what you want him to do or her to do all the time. Excellent job to this group. Let's give them a big round of applause. And our winners are left to right. Here we go.
And now we welcome our elders. Those 21 and older, come on in. Bart, we got one more coming in. Hold on a second. Run, Amanda, run.
Here we go. I can see why the young people are very good because they have adults around them that are very good as well. Not a lot of difference between this group, just some minor things with feet and legs, and maybe just occasionally they just get out of whack. But we're going to place them from left to right. Close placing, 2-point cut on every placing, just so you know. Nobody can have too much bragging right, but no, good job. I think an excellent group of people. And obviously, I bet this bunch has not worked with their sheep as much as the younger kids have worked with their sheep. Just watching them come out here and how obstinate the sheep were and didn't want to move around the ring, so that makes it a little tougher. Appreciate the adults coming out here. Let's give them all a big round of applause.
Now you guys can encourage others next year to compete. Congratulations. Thank you to all for coming and watching our open class sheep show today. We have the Wether, Sire, Wether Dam, and then Showmanship. Now, just to let you know, there are FFA competitions that'll be starting tomorrow for our sheep, and we will have goats as well tomorrow afternoon.